All right. Good morning, everybody. In a couple minutes, we are going to get started with our Dairy Goat show with the showmanship, and we are starting out with 18-year-olds. So we've split it up a little differently this year. So instead of doing just 3 different groups of showmanship, we've got individual age brackets. So in our 18-year-old class, we have one entry, and that is Abigail Masterson. Getting ready in the barn should be the 17-year-old division. These exhibitors are Psalm Dennis, Madison Lane, Olivia Thomas, Sarah Peterson, Melanie Greason, and Kaylee Kohler.
If you would like to see if you're signed up on Pee-wee Dairy Goats and Adult Dairy Goat Showmanship, then come to the announcer's stand. Abigail Masterson, you are needed in the ring. Judge, this is your class. Making their way out the show arena should be ages 17. These exhibitors are Solemn Dennis, Madison Lane, Olivia Thomas, Sarah Peterson, Melanie Greason, and Kaylee Kohler. Getting ready in the barn should be our age 16 class. These exhibitors are Abby Fields, Winnie Hums, and Elizabeth Jeffers.
All right, welcome everybody. Our first class of showmanship is our lone senior. Nice knowledge of the goat, does well working around the goat. Goat sets really well, just does a really nice job. Not a lot of things I would change. It's going to be nice to see you in with a group to see how you interact and move when there's other people around you. It's awfully easy to do it when you're in there by yourself. But she answered my questions for the most part. And folks, I don't have a laundry list of questions that I ask. I try and make sure that the young person can present that goat to the best of their ability. And this young lady does an awfully nice job. Let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations, first place, Abigail Masterson. Entering the class at this time is our age 17. These exhibitors are Solemn Dennis, Madison Lane, Olivia Thomas, Sarah Peterson, Melanie Greason, and Kaylee Kohler. Making their way outside the show arena at this time should be our ages 16 class. These exhibitors are Abby Fields, Winnie Hums, and Elizabeth Jeffers. Getting ready in the barn should be our 15 exhibit 15 oh my our ages 15-year-old exhibitors. These people are Olivia Klein and Joshua Thomas. Bryce Derflinger, Chloe Leon, Paisley Watrin, and Sayla Dennis. We would like to thank our judge, Jim Wilson, for being here. He is from Blanchester, Ohio, and he has raised all breeds of goats over the past 35 years. He has been judging livestock shows around the country for 40 years. He coaches and advises numerous high school and 4-H livestock judging teams. He has been an 4-H advisor for 39 years, and he is the owner of the Wilson Livestock Services. If you would like to sign up for Pee Wee showmanship or adult showmanship, please come to the announcer's stand.
All right, really nice set of showmen to look at and work with. They're all knowledgeable. You ask them questions and you don't draw the blank stare. You get good answers. And young people, that's super important when you're doing interviews for junior Fairboard or jobs or whatever it might be. Be confident in what you say, because I don't know what the answer is. You do. So just be confident. But the young lady we're starting with, there's a couple things I'd like to change. Maybe the spacing between you and the goat, I'd like you to maybe be just a tick further out. But you do a really nice job of setting that animal, keeping that head up, keeping your head up. Your rotations are perfect. When I come around the back, you're right in front of the goat, so I can get that perfect angle. Young lady in second, I love the spacing you have. I love the style. I wish you had a goat that was just a tick better teammate for you, but you do almost everything else really well. Young lady in third has got a doe with just a beautiful udder. We got to make sure we're setting the back legs so we can see and accentuate that udder. Again, it's all about knowing what your animal's assets are and showing them off to me. That short and simple. That's what showmanship's all about. Next young lady out, a little slower on her turns, but got a really good one to show. I like your style. You showed down. I like tall people that can show these small goats in a down position. It's one of those things. I come from the pygmy goat show world initially. So I have a son that's 6'6" and showed pygmy goats. Judges like those things. As we work further down, young lady, you just got one that's got a tough teammate for you. And I always use the analogy, you can have four of the greatest basketball players in the world, but if you got a fifth one that plays like me, that's not very good, then you're probably not going to win a championship. You got one that just is a tough one today. Young lady down here, I got behind you a couple times. Once you got it rectified, it was okay, but never let the judge surprise you. And if the judge doesn't matter what you're showing, if the judge does surprise you, make it look like you knew it all the time. Nice, slow, calm, and easy. If you look hurried, that's a dead giveaway to, hey, I wasn't ready. So let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations, Kaylee Kohler, on being your first place. Congratulations, second place, Solemn Dennis. Third place, Melanie Grayson. Fourth place, Madison Lane. Fifth place, Olivia Thomas. Entering the arena at this time are age 16. These exhibitors are Abby Fields, Winnie Hums, Elizabeth Jeffers. Getting ready in the barn should be outside the arena at this time should be our age 15 exhibitors. These people are Olivia Klein, Joshua Thomas, Emerson Kohler, Bryce Durflinger, Chloe Leon, Paisley Watron, and Sayla Dennis, and Sky Lovis. Getting ready in the barn should be our age 14 class. These exhibitors are Ian McWhorter, Brianna Lang, Gabriel McWhorter, Aiden Gilbert, and Catherine Warren.
if you would like to sign up for the Dam and Daughter show, and if you had already previously signed up and you need to double check, we cannot find if anybody had signed up previously. So please come up to the announcer's booth if you plan on doing the Dam and Daughter show so we can get you checked in.
Good. I like it when people clap. Um, Young lady, we're going to start with. I wish your goat motored around the ring and handled just a tick better for you, but my lands, when you get that goat stopped and you get it set up, you're an extremely stylish showman. I talk all the time about attitude and style and things, and a lot of that stuff I can't teach. You've got to have it in here and want it, and I think you have that part. You're knowledgeable. You didn't flip out when we were getting down through there, and because I would have hung that thing. I have that kind of temper, but you stayed very calm. You made some adjustments to your chain. Now, one thing I'd like to correct you got to figure that out before you get in here and make sure that chain's not too long. But my hat's off to you. You made that adjustment here, and you did it easily. You made it look easy. I wish the goat led better, but you're an awfully good showman. Young lady in second, just that goat would just set up a little far back for me. Those back feet were really pulled back. She's set really good now, but we got to make sure we know how that goat looks its best. Same with the young lady in third. I love to see those goats with their head up and that show apparatus up in the air and those feet set where they need to be. This doe kind of looks roached in terms of her top line. A good way to fix that is pull those feet back just a tick and keep trying to work that top down. But awfully good set of showmen. Give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, class winner for age 16, Abby Fields. Second place, Elizabeth Jeffers. Third place, Winnie Hums. Entering the show arena at this time is age 15. These exhibitors are Olivia Klein, Joshua Thomas, Emerson Kohler, Bryce Durflinger, Chloe Leon, Paisley Watrin, Sayla Dennis, and Sky Lovis. Making their way outside the show arena should be our age 13 division, our age 14 division. These exhibitors are Ian McWhorter, Brianna Lang, Gabriel McWhorter, Aiden Gilbert, Catherine Warren, and Lillian Greason. Getting ready in the barn should be our ages 13. These exhibitors are Elizabeth Thomas, Ailey Masterson, Samuel Dennis, Amaya Williams, and Clark Durflinger.
If you plan on signing up for the sale, you have up until 1 hour after this show concludes, the Dairy Goat show concludes, to sign up for the sale. That's within an hour after this show concludes, you have to sign up for the sale.
Age 14 show exhibitors should be outside the show ring at this time. These exhibitors are Ian McWhorter, Brianna Lang, Gabriel McWhorter, Aiden Gilbert, Catherine Warren, and Lillian Greason.
Man, y'all make me work today. This is a really nice set of showmen, and it's exactly what I expected. I've been here before. Young lady we're starting with gives me the most of the best. She's very meticulous about setting those feet. She's very knowledgeable. She understands how to keep that goat's head up all the time. She's got that air of confidence. Now I don't. Y'all have seen the video of the little Dadson girl, or she's not little, she's about 16. She drives that pig and she looks like she's going to eat you alive. Well, everybody's seen that video. I don't like kids to look that intense. I want you to at least have some resemblance of enjoying yourself. But you find that happy medium and do a nice job of showing me everything that's right about that goat. Young man in the two hole started out really bad. I mean, you were as bad as bad could be early on. You worked your way up. You got the goat settled down. You have that goat set perfectly for what she is. She has a very nice udder. You made it a point to open those rear legs up and make sure I can see that udder. I appreciate that. Young lady in third, and I told her this, not to beat you up. When somebody asks you a question, never say I think. Always say yes. Don't ever put a little bit of doubt in a person's mind. But you've got those feet set right now. We got to make sure we consistently set them correctly. Young lady in fourth, we just got to make sure we keep that old head up and keep that goat at attention all the time. As we work our way down, I talk to all the young people. There's some issues with being on the right side of the goat and knowing how your goat looks its best. I'm telling you, folks, it's practice. When you're at home, work out in front of a mirror, have somebody video you, because what you think might be perfect may not be. You may look at the mirror, look at the video, and say, man, I'm not sure. That just looks terrible, and make some adjustments off that. But please, please, please practice at home. It makes a difference. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, first place, Chloe Leon. Second place, Bryce Durflinger. Third place, Emerson Kohler. Fourth place, Sayla Dennis. And fifth place, Paisley Waltrin. Entering the arena at this time is our age 14 class. These exhibitors are Ian McWhorter, Brianna Lang, Gabriel McWhorter, Aiden Gilbert, Catherine Warren, and Lillian Greason. Getting ready outside the show arena is our Class 13. These exhibitors are Elizabeth Thomas, Eiley Masterson, Samuel Dennis, Amaya Williams, and Clark Durflinger. Getting ready in the barn is our age 12 class exhibitors. These exhibitors are Ellie Fields and Isaac Warren.
really a nice showman to start this class with. She's got that level of intensity that I like. She finds that middle ground between I'm serious, but I also enjoy doing this, and that kind of attitude will get you a long way in the world. You do a nice job. Well, let me say this. One thing I'd like to change: when you pinch that dough down in that hip, take your finger away a little bit to make sure I can see the top line. Push it down, let me look, push it down, but make it a process instead of almost leaning on it. You do a great job of something that a lot of people don't do, and that's tall person, little goat. And a lot of tall people get their feet up under the goat. They tend to tower over the goat. When it's hot, that's never good. Unfortunately, it's not really hot today. But again, you do a fantastic job. Eye contact is really good. Your knowledge is good. Just a really nice job. Young lady in second, you probably deserve a better fate. Your goat just didn't handle quite as well as our first place goat. I'd like to change the spacing a little bit again, get you a little further away. And when you do your turns around the goat, you never turn in my sight line. If I'm in front, that's what I want to see. There were a couple times, and that's kind of what made the difference for me, is I'm in front, and you went ahead and made your spin before I committed. Wait until I commit to what I'm going to do, then you react to it. That's how it all works. Young lady in third, we just got to set feet just a tick better. Eye contact is good. Everything else is really nice. Same with the young man in the fourth hole. He's got those back feet where I like them now, but there were a lot of times I looked over and they were pushed up underneath. Young man in the next hole, again, we got to learn to set back feet. That's what it's all about with these milkers, is open them up, making sure I can see the udder. Young man in the bottom here has got a really well-mannered kind of a dairy weather, but he's a pack goat, and that's what he's designed to do. We talked about it. He's great at a pack goat, but pack goats always move. That's what they're used to. If you're going to use him for a showmanship goat, which he never has, why we need to make sure we can set feet and do everything with him. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations, Brianna Lang in first place. Second place is Lillian Greason. Third place is Catherine Warren. Fourth place is Aiden Gilbert. Fifth place is Gabriel McWhorter. Entering the ring at this time is our 13-year-old division. These exhibitors are Elizabeth Thomas, Eiley Masterson, Samuel Dennis, Amaya Williams, and Clark Durflinger.
All right, young man that we're starting with again gives me the most of the best. That's what I try and look for. I evaluate a lot of different things. Some young people really do some things well. Some don't do some things well, and that's okay. Started with a young man. I ask everybody how they're doing, and I ask questions about their goat. He said, and this isn't why you won the class, but you said, I'm showing a goat. How much better could it be? And I appreciate that. But you do a nice job of setting that goat, keeping it set correctly, setting those back feet to where I can see that udder at its best point. I appreciate that. Your eye contact is good. Your turns around that goat are very good. Young lady in second, you got her set pretty good now, but there were times I saw that go with its feet a little far underneath it. I'm a big proponent of making sure those feet are set correctly. Young lady in third, I know you're a good goat showman. I can tell by the way you move and the way you handle that goat. The goat just didn't give you a good opportunity to win, and sometimes that happens. We regroup, we go out again, and try and do it better. Next young man out, we just got to make sure your head's up and the goat's head up a little more all the time. We want them to be at attention for about 10 or 15 minutes because that's how long we're out here. That's how we got to train them. Young lady down here's got one that's a little tougher to show. It's a young goat. Young goats are always tough. They present challenges that bigger, older goats don't give us. They like to move more. My advice to you is get a consistent set, good or bad, and pull your hands back and say, here he is. You spent a lot of time adjusting, and it was hard to see your goat. You never want to give a judge the opportunity to say, well, I just never got a good look at your goat. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations, Clark Durflinger in first place. Second place is Elizabeth Thomas. Third place is Eiley Masterson. Fourth place is Samuel Dennis. And fifth place is Amaya Williams. Entering the arena at this time is our age 12 division. These exhibitors are Ellie Fields and Isaac Warren. Getting ready in the barn, getting ready outside the arena at this time should be our age 11 division. These exhibitors are Bentley Rich, Lauren Thomas, Arabella Dennis, Ava Couch, Lorelei Cunningham, and Izzy Applegate. Getting ready in the barn should be our age 10 division. These exhibitors are Hadley Apgar, Evelyn Greason, Everly Brown, Haley Acker, and Ella Parker. Just a reminder, if you won your age division and you got first place, you need to be ready. You need to remember that you have to come back out for overall.
nice pair of showmen that are really very similar. They may not look like it, but they're very similar in how they handle their animals. The young lady that we're starting with has a goat that's a little harder for her to handle, and when you get her locked in, you do a really nice job. It just takes you a couple minutes to get that far. One thing I gave her one piece of advice about the way you move around the goat. Nice and slow and calculated. Never make it look like the judge scared you half to death, because that tells me that you weren't prepared, and showmanship is about preparation. If you had a better teammate, it would be a lot easier for you. Again, you do a nice job. Eye contact is really good. Everything else you do is just fine. Young man in the 2-hole, couple things to change. You've got the what I always call tall person, small goat syndrome. That's it right there. You move back. That's what I want to see. You never want to show with your feet underneath the goat. That makes it hard to see sometimes. You got one that just like the young lady had, little harder to handle. Yours might handle a tick better. We got to make sure your turns again are just a little more fluent and a little smoother, but otherwise you do a really nice job. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, first place Ellie Fields, and in second place Isaac Warren. Entering the arena at this time is our age 11 division. Bentley Rich, Lauren Thomas, Arabella Dennis, Ava Couch, Lorelei Cunningham, and Izzy Applegate. Making their way outside the arena should be our age 10 division. These exhibitors are Hadley Apgar, Evelyn Greason, Everly Brown, Haley Acker, and Ella Parker. Getting ready in the barn should be our age 9 division. These exhibitors are Hannah Friend, Harry Hums, Melody Harp.
Man, what a nice group of showmen. When you get down to the younger folks in showmanship, and it doesn't matter whether you're showing aardvarks or giraffes or goats or pigs or whatever, young people tend to sort themselves quicker. My hat's off to you. You guys are pretty hard to sort. This is an awfully good set of showmen, and different day, different time, you go to another fair or something with people your age, you guys are gonna move to the top at a lot of places. Our two young people that we're beginning with are very similar in the style and type of showman. With me, I started with the young person back here. She opened those back feet up just a little better for me, gave me a little better view of that udder, but she keeps that chain up, and that's another thing. I won't harp on it, but I'll tell you, judges get hung up on what you show with. I don't care if you show with a log chain, a piece of baling twine, or whatever. I care about, can you use it? Does it work for you? And are you training your goat with that? That's the most important thing. You guys both do a nice job of showing these goats off a chain. Young lady in second, it came down to the way you place those back feet. And that placing back feet in any species is a big deal for me, because a lot of the high-end cuts of meat in a market animal come from back there. In a milking animal, you got to be able to see that udder. So getting those back feet set right are paramount. Good job. As we get into third, we had a young lady that has a really nice Nubian, and I applaud her, because small person, big goat, that makes it tough. But you do a nice job with it. I had a problem with the way you make your turns. I showed you how that I think it should be done, and hopefully that helps you move up a little more. But young lady, you're a good showman. Next young man out's a really nice showman too. Got one that's a little harder to handle. We talked about the fact that you never want to give the judge a chance to say, hey, I never got a good look at it, so I'm going to move you down. So just make sure when we get her locked and loaded a lot quicker and a lot more consistent. Our two young people down here have goats that, well, let's start with the young lady next down just doesn't keep her head up enough for me. When it is up, you do a good job, but you spend a lot of time with your head down. And the young lady on the bottom, we got to work on positioning a little bit. She's got one that's a little tougher to handle. I think she's got better days ahead. These younger goats are just a tick harder to handle than the bigger, older goats are. Let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations, Lauren Thomas on first place. Second place is Arabella Dennis. Third place, Lorelei Cunningham. Fourth place, Bentley Rich. And fifth place, Ava Couch. Entering the show arena is the age 10 division. These exhibitors are Hadley Apgar, Evelyn Greason, Everly Brown, Haley Acker, Ella Parker. Outside the arena should be age division 9. These exhibitors are Hannah Friend, Harry Hums, and Melody Hart. Getting ready in the barn is our division age 8. These exhibitors are Colby Ruwine and Sam Maggard. Just as a reminder, all first place showmen need to come back for overall showmanship. And this is also the last call to sign up for Dam and Daughter, Adult Showmanship, and Pee Wee Showmanship. Attention in the barns. During the Dairy Goat Show, please keep your hogs in the pens.
Again, we're starting this class with a young lady that shows us the most of the best in terms of style and placement around that goat. She gets those back feet set pretty well. She gets that head up, and she's ready to show me that goat when I'm ready to see it. And that's what it all boils down to. Just does a really nice job. Young lady in second, she got the small person, bigger goat thing going. I'm not against small people showing big goats. We just got to be able to set the feet and do all that stuff. And I know you can do that. So don't let me discourage you from trying to show a bigger animal. Young lady in third kind of got pinned over against the gate or against the fence and never really got a chance to set those feet the way I'd like to see them. A piece of advice for you, just don't put yourself in that position. Make sure that you move out. Remember, it's about marking your territory and saying, this is mine, this is where I'm going to operate and set up my goat. Young lady, both these young ladies, we just got to spend more time with our heads up in the ring, and that comes from handling the goat a little better, making sure it sets a little easier for you, because I think you're both good showmen. We just got to make sure that our heads are up more than our heads are down. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Evelyn Greason. In second place is Hadley Apgar. Third place, Everly Brown. Fourth place, Haley Acker. Fifth place is Ella Parker. Entering the arena at this time is Division 9. These exhibitors are Hannah Friend, Harry Hums, and Melody Harp. Making their way outside the arena should be our Division Age 8. These exhibitors are Colby Rumerin, Sam Maggard. Getting ready in the barn is all of our first place showmen. These exhibitors are Ellie Fields, Lauren Thomas, Evelyn Greason, Chloe Leon, Abby Fields, Kaylee Kohler, Abigail Masterson, Clark Durflinger, Brianna Lang,
Just as a FYI, during the goat show, if you have multiple goats that you are showing in classes in a row, we have these amazing holding pens over here. Please do not be afraid to use them if you need to make it convenient for you to go from one show to the next, and you have everything there.
You know, I was going to open with some goat classes are more fun than others, but they're all a good time. We've got a young man to start with that is a plethora of knowledge. And he did something that I always talk about and I don't always get it. He shared more than what I asked for. And young people, you know, if you go for an interview for a job or for a scholarship or junior Fairboard or your goat council or whatever you do, and somebody asks you a question, give them a little extra. I want fabric when I ask you a question. And this young man did that. He gave me more information than I asked for, told me what breed he had, what her name was, that she had coccidia or coccidiosis at one point. And another great fact, and I'm not poking fun at you, you gotta have milk to have baby goats. So, and that's good. You gotta assume I don't know. So good job. Young lady in second, we just gotta make sure you keep that goat between me and you all the time and keep your head up. Same thing with our young lady in third. If we don't, with young people this age, that's the biggest thing we got to do is just keep the goat between you and me. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations, Harry Hums. In second place is Hannah Friend, and third place is Melody Harp. Entering the arena now is our 8-year-old class, Colby Ruwine and Sam Maggard. Getting ready outside the ring should be our first place showmen. These exhibitors are Chloe Leon, Harry Hums, Evelyn Greason, Lauren Thomas, Ellie Fields, Abby Fields, Kaylee Kohler, Abigail Masterson, Clark Durflinger, Brianna Lang, Just a reminder, we need all first place showmen outside the arena. These exhibitors are Abby Fields, Kaylee Kohler, Abigail Masterson, Clark Durflinger, Brianna Lang, Chloe Leon, Harry Hums, Evelyn Greason, Lauren Thomas, and Ellie Fields. Following the overall showman is going to be adult showmanship. These exhibitors are Colton Rich, Grace Odell, Amber Averwater, Jamie Jeffers, Ariana Beach, Faith Stegbauer, Emily Brown, Mackenzie Roush, Gage Moore, Olivia Enriquez, Wes Aker, Susan Winkle, Rachel Thomas, Jessica Green, Leah Rhodes, Adam Hums, and Aaron Hums.
All right, let's give these two young people a round of applause. I'm going to start with the young lady, a lady that she's got a great stance. She's got that goat set the way I like it. She was knowledgeable about that goat. Just a nice 8-year-old showman. Young man in second, I tell you what, you volunteer lots of information, and I appreciate that. Like I said, you got to assume that I don't know much. So tell me everything you can. We just got to make sure we keep you on the right side of the goat so I can see that goat. If you don't work on anything else, just make sure you work on keeping that goat between me and you. Fantastic job. Give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, first place, Colby Ruwine, and in second place, Sam Maggard. Entering the arena now is all of our first place exhibitors. Abigail Masterson, Kaylee Kohler, Abby Fields, Chloe Leon, Brianna Lang, Clark Durflinger, and Ellie Fields. Lauren Thomas, Evelyn Greason, Henry Hums, Colby Ruwine. All adult dairy goat showmanship exhibitors need to be making their way outside the ring. These exhibitors are Colin Rich, Grace Odell, Amber Averwater, Jamie Jeffers, Ariana Beach, Faith Stegbauer, Emily Brown, Mackenzie Roush, Gage Moore, Olivia Enriquez, Wes Aker, Susan Winkle, Rachel Thomas, Jessica Green, Leah Rhodes, Adam Hums, and Aaron Hums. Getting ready in the barn should be all Pee-wee dairy goats. These exhibitors are Cade Ruwine, Sydney Harp, Aubrey Harp, Max Greason, Josie Jeffers, Lily Maggard, Emerson Brown, Sawyer Bellamy, Elizabeth Schmidt, Frankie Rojenski, Max Greason, Nora Friend, Eva Winkle, Elena Sorensen, Eliza Duffendak, Jed Gordon, Gabe Gordon, Phoenix Green, Brinley Paul, and Jameson Paul.
All right, let's give all these young folks a round of applause. You know, I've been judging livestock shows, I guess, for about 40 years. I've been doing goat shows for probably 30, I guess. Um, it never gets any easier as I get older. I'm like 2,500 shows in or something like that. At some point 15 or 20 years ago, I took up this dairy goat judging thing, and it's been fun. I get to see a lot of good exhibitors, and you guys never let me down. I've been here to judge this dairy show, I don't know, 3 or 4 times, I think, and I'm always impressed. You guys always bring me good showmen. You bring me knowledgeable showmen. You bring me teachable showmen. And the emphasis on the word teachable. I like young people that listen to the ramblings of an old man and take it and use it. And to me, I think that's important. You know, this group embodies a lot of the things that I enjoy, that I push, I guess, for lack of a better word. They're somewhat intense. They have some fun doing this. They're very knowledgeable. They can set the feet on their goats. They can keep their goats at attention. They can do all the things that are very important in not just showing dairy goats and showing anything. And I'll tell you, my priority, and some of these young people may have seen me judge, they may not have. I like young people that are engaged when they're back there, you know, because you win showmanship at home and you win it back in the barn. Out here in the ring is a product of all that preparation. So, again, give them a big round of applause. This is an awesome, awesome group of kids. And I'm going to find us our top 2 showmen.
Congratulations to our overall champion, Abby Fields, and our reserve champion, Brianna Lang. Entering the arena at this time are all of our adult showmanship. These exhibitors are Colton Rich, Grace Odell, Amber Aberwater, Jamie Jeffers, Ariana Beach, Faith Stegbauer, Emily Brown, Mackenzie Roush, Gage Moore, Olivia Enriquez, Wes Aker, Susan Winkle, Rachel Thomas, Jessica Green, Leah Rhodes, Adam Hums, and Aaron Hums. Making their way outside the arena should be all of our Pee Wee showmanship. These exhibitors are Cade Ruwine, Sydney Harp, Aubrey Harp, Max Greason, Josie Jeffers, Lily Maggard, Emerson Brown, Sawyer Bellamy, Elizabeth Schmidt, Frankie Rojenski, Max Greason, Nora Friend, Eva Winkle, Elena Sorensen, Eliza Duffendack, Jed Gordon, Gabe Gordon, Phoenix Green, Brindley Paul, and Jamison Paul.
This is a little harder to do, but I tell you, it's adults that have shown in front of me before usually hate this part of the game, but we're going to play Show Us Where the Goat Part Is. And young people around the ring, you can help them. You can boo them. You can do whatever you want. This is your chance to get back in an adult. Now, they do this at the National Pygmy Goat shows, and they use a buzzer. So when people are wrong, they hit the buzzer, you go, and then you're out. So we won't go that far. But what I want you to do when I name a part, point to it. Try not to look at your neighbor because they might not be very bright either, and they may not know where it is. So let's start with an easy one. Let's take the hawk. Everybody point at the hawk. All right. What about the chine? All right. Getting better. How about the loin? Loins and dairy goats are important, believe it or not. They are in the kind I have. What about the dew claw? That ought to be an easy one. Good job. Now for the bell ringer. And you get extra points if you can spell it. The escutcheon. Hey. Escutcheon. It's one that they don't use a lot in the dairy goat terms. Pygmy goats, they use it all the time. That's perfect, perfect. You guys impressed me. Either did your homework and knew that's my favorite 5-cent word, or y'all studied. And I hope it's y'all studied. All right, I'm going to put the mic down and see if I can find 5 of you, but good job. It's all right. Give them a round of applause. This is cool. Not every fair does it. I know my home fair does not do it. I've always suggested make all the advisors sign up for it, and they have to pay $20 to get out of it, and you might as well make some money on it. But again, just y'all do a pretty good job. I will say that. I wondered where the kids were getting it. Now I see it. If y'all are 4-H advisors in this county, you're doing a good job of teaching these young people. Let's give them another round of applause.
Congratulations, Grace Odell, first place. And in second place is Jamie Jeffers. Third place is Leah Rhodes. Fourth place is Aaron Hums. And fifth is Faith Stegbauer. Entering the arena at this time are all Pee Wee showmen. These exhibitors are Cade Ruin, Sydney Harp, Aubrey Harp, Max Greason, Josie Jeffers, Lily Maggard, Emerson Brown, Sawyer Bellamy, Elizabeth Schmidt, Frankie Roginski, Nora Friend, Eva Winkle, Elena Sorensen, Eliza Duffendack, Jed Gordon, Gabe Gordon, Phoenix Green, Brinley Paul, and Jameson Paul. Concluding after the Pee Wee showmanship, we will be taking a 10-minute break and then coming back to the first class of the Dairy Goat Show.
Just as a reminder, if you plan on selling your animal through the sale, not your animal, sorry, selling through the sale, you have until an hour after the dairy show concludes, not the showmanship, but the actual dairy show concludes, to be able to sign up for the sale.
All right, here they are, folks. The future of your goat program. And again, I say it everywhere I go. I am thrilled beyond belief that you all take the time and do this. Not every fair does it, believe it or not, and it's a wonderful thing just to give the kids a few minutes of ring time. I call it the moment in the sun theory. Every kid needs a little bit of this, and I'm glad you do it. Let's give them another round of applause.
We want to thank all of the Pee Wee showmanship. Please give another round of applause for them. We are now going to take a 10-minute break between now and the Dairy Goat Show. We will resume in 10 minutes. Attention in the barns. In about 5 minutes, we are going to get started with the Dairy Goat Show. We will be starting with the junior division. The first class is Dolan Kid, born this year, and this is the Nigerian Dwarf class. These exhibitors are Brianna Lang, Clark Durflinger, Ian McWhorter, Abby Fields, Bentley Rich, Olivia Klein, Hannah Friend, Bentley Rich, Gabriel McWhorter, Melody Harp, Joshua Thomas, and Olivia Thomas. These exhibitors need to be getting ready in the barns. Making their way outside the arena at this time is going to be our first class within the junior division with the Nigerian Dwarf. These are does that were born this year. These exhibitors are Brianna Lang, Clark Durflinger, Ian McWhorter, Abby Fields, Bentley Rich, Olivia Klein, Hannah Friend, Bentley Rich, Gabriel McWhorter, Melody Harp, Joshua Thomas, and Olivia Thomas. They need to be making their way outside the arena at this time.
Entering the arena now is going to be our first class. These exhibitors are Brianna Lang, Clark Durflinger, Ian McWhorter, Abby Fields, Bentley Rich, Olivia Klein, Hannah Friend, Bentley Rich, Gabriel McWhorter, Melody Harp, Joshua Thomas, Olivia Thomas. The next class is going to be our Nubians that were born this year. These exhibitors are Emma Smith, Zoe Hammond, Riley Smith, Sky Lovis, Ella Parker, Everly Brown, Lillian Greason, Evelyn Greason, Melanie Greason, Abigail Masterson, and Izzy Applegate. Getting ready in the barn needs to be the Oberhausen doe born this year, and that exhibitor is Everly Brown. Also getting ready in the barn should be the Alpine, born last year, never freshened. And this exhibitor is Paley Watrin.
Just as a reminder, if you have multiple goats that are going to be in classes either very close to each other and you don't want to have to run back and forth with your animals, we do have these holding pens that you are welcome to use to keep your animals in so that way you don't have to go all the way back and all the way here. So please keep that in mind. If it's going to make your life easier and it's going to help the show run faster, let's do it.
Man, what a nice class of Nigerian kids to start our show with. We've got one we're going to start with back here that's really correct on her feet and legs, really good out through that barrel, really pretty through those shoulders. You know, you want these goats to run uphill, and this one certainly does. She's got an awful lot of good in her. Great set to those rear legs, a long, clean neck about her. You know, you might like to make her a tick longer from shoulder to hip, but that's being picky. That's a really nice kind of a Nigerian doe. Doe in second is a little more tubular kind of a doe in terms of the way she's shaped. Not quite as deep-bodied, but I really appreciate the long, elegant neck and that long, clean body and that level hip she's got. Maybe like to give her a tick better set to those rear legs, but she's a good-looking, productive kind of a female. We get into third, we get one that's showing us a lot of dairy character. Certainly long-sided and clean, just not quite the power through the center part of her body. I really like the one that I'm using in fourth. Really profiles well, really runs uphill well, really flatten her bone and cleanly made. We just need to make her a little bigger through her barrel and put a little better hip in her. Make her a little square about that tail head. Next one down, I really like this one for length of neck and length of body and flatness of bone. Just showing us a ton of dairy character, just not quite big and massive through that barrel as the goat's up ahead. As we work down the line through a lot of these, there's some awfully good Nigerians in here. Some of them are carrying a little more cover than they need to right now. They're not showing us enough dairy character. Some of them are a little steeper in their rump. Some of them are just young. They just got to grow to get up to where these guys are. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Abby Fields, on first place. In second place, Brianna Lang. Third place, Brianna Lang. Fourth place, Bentley Rich. Fifth place, Bentley Rich. Entering the ring at this time are going to be our Doling Nubians this year. These exhibitors are Emma Smith, Zoe Hammond, Riley Smith, Sky Lovis, Ella Parker, Everly Brown, Lillian Greason, Evelyn Greason, Melanie Greason, Abigail Masterson. Making your way outside the show arena should be the Oberhausen doe born this year. This exhibitor is Everly Brown. Also, we need the Alpine, the doe that was born last year, to be outside the ring at this time, and that exhibitor is Paley Watron. Getting ready in the barn needs to be the yearling doe born last year, never freshened. These exhibitors are Bentley Rich, Ava Couch, Abby Fields, Ellie Fields, Melody Harp, Lauren Thomas, Sayla Dennis, Melody Harp, Elizabeth Thomas, Colby Ruwine, and Bryce Sturflinger.
Okay, as we evaluate these Nubians, there's a lot of really good things to see out here. The doe we'll start with is certainly a long-sided, cleanly made kind of a doe that's shown us an adequate amount of dairy character for that age. From hip to shoulder, she's certainly long. She's flat in her bone. she's pretty square in the hip. We'd like to change that maybe just a little bit and square up, but she's as good as anybody is out here. Great on those feet and legs, long, clean, pretty neck, big and pronounced through that barrel. Just a nice kind of a dairy goat. Goat in second is maybe a notch shorter in body length than our first place goat. Not quite as square and good in that rear third of her body, but boy, she's elegant in that front end, very feminine in the way she looks, just a very cleanly made kind of a Nubian doe. Every class has goats that give me fits, and the one in third does that for me. Just a super clean individual in terms of that dairy character. The flattest boned, best dairy character goat in the class. I just wish she was a tick bigger to compete with the two ahead of her, and maybe a little bit longer from hip to shoulder, but she's certainly square enough. I'd just like to see her extrapolated out a couple more months just to see what she would be. But young lady, you've got a pretty good breeding piece there. One in fourth is certainly a tall fronted kind of a Nubian, a little shorter necked, a little shorter bodied, maybe carrying a little more condition than we'd like to see at this stage of the game. But a doe, I think, has got a pretty good future. The dappled doe we got in the 5-hole, same thing. Not quite as square about that hip, but a doe that's shown us an adequate amount of dairy character, a little shorter necked. She's certainly long-sided enough. I think she's going to make a pretty good kind of a Nubian doe as she gets older. As we work our way down through here, we've got some good dairy character Nubians in here. Some of them have, like the dapple here's got some issues with that hip. We just need to pull that old tail head up, but I sure like the flatness of bone in these two. And young lady, you've got a really feminine, pretty kind of a doe. We just need to put her on the old goat stretcher and make her a rib longer, but that's the kind of dairy character we're looking for. She just got to be a little bigger and a tick longer to get up any higher in the class. We've got 3 down here that are really big and growthy, may not have quite the breed character that some of our other Nubians have, but does I think they're going to have a pretty good future. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Melanie Greason on first place. In second place, we have Lillian Greason. In third place, we have Sky Lovas. In fourth place, we have Izzy Applegate. And in fifth place, we have Evelyn Greason. Entering the arena at this time is a single entry, Everly Brown. Getting ready in the barn should be our yearling doe Nubian class. These exhibitors are Elizabeth Jeffers, Melanie Greason, Sky Lovis, Evelyn Greason, Addison Baker, Hannah Friend, and Sarah Peterson.
We've got a really nice single entry Oberhalsey here, one that's shown us a ton of dairy characters, good on her feet and legs. We'd sure like to make her a tick longer from hip to shoulder, but she's clean and elegant and feminine, and that's what we're looking for in these dairy goats. Let's give a round of applause.
Congratulations, Everly Brown, on first place. Entering the arena now is Paisley Watchern with a single entry alpine. Getting ready in the barn should be the yearling doe Oberhausley, and this exhibitor is Everly Brown.
Okay, really a nice alpine doe to look at. One that's certainly, for her age, she's tall fronted, she's long sided. We'd like to make her a little flatter boned, strengthen that chine just a little bit, give her just a little stronger top line. Certainly a long sided kind of a doe. Maybe give her a little more dairy character than what she has. But taking into account her age, and the fact that eventually she's going to kid, hopefully, and we can get some of that weight off of her and get her into that dairy mode that we're looking for. Let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations, first place, Paisley Watchern. Entering the arena at this time is the new Nigerian dwarfs, and these exhibitors are Bentley Rich, Ava Couch, Abby Fields, Ellie Fields, Melody Harp, Lauren Thomas, Sayla Dennis, Melody Harp, Elizabeth Thomas, Colby Ruwine, and Bryce Durflinger. We need Sky Lovis, Addison Baker, and Sarah Peterson to make their way outside the show arena at this time. We need Addison Baker to make her way out to the show arena at this time.
As we look at these older Nigerian does that haven't freshened, we've got one to start with here that's super elegant about that top line and flatten her bone, showing us a ton of dairy character. She's long-sided, long-necked, got a big old vulva in her. You get behind her, she's really wide, and we appreciate her for that. She looks like she's going to go on and make a pretty good kind of a milking female. Doe in second, I really like the uniformity of this doe from front to back. She just as clean as she can be. She's got a tick less dairy character than her first place doe. Doesn't have quite the best, quite as good, I should say, set to her rear legs as our first place doe. I'd like to clean her up around that shoulder just a little bit, make her a little smoother, but she's a good kind of a Nigerian doe. We get into third, we get one that's patterned quite a bit like our second place doe, just not quite as open in that barrel, not quite as square in that hip. We've got another one out here that again, not quite as square in the hip, but boy, that front 1/3 is really nice. We just again like to make her a little leveler out through that hip. Really nice, tall-fronted, productive Nigerian in the fifth hole. Really flat bone. Again, we'd like to lengthen that rear third of her body and open her up just a little bit through that barrel, but a nice kind of a Nigerian doe. We get into one young lady, you've got a doe that really shoots you a nice profile, but at this stage of the game, she's carrying a little more condition than what we like to see, not quite showing us the amount of dairy character that the does up above them have. We've got some does coming down as we go down the line that are a little more tubular, not quite as deep and big through that barrel as they should be, but I appreciate the fact that they're long-bodied and that they're tall-fronted and that all of them are very feminine looking. All right, let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Abby Fields. In second place, Melody Harp. In third place, Melody Harp. In fourth place, Bryce Durflinger. In fifth place, Ellie Fields. Entering the arena at this time is our Nubian yearling doe class. These exhibitors are Elizabeth Jeffers, Melanie Greason, Sky Lovis, Evelyn Greason, Addison Baker, Hannah Friend, and Sarah Peterson. Making their way outside of the show arena should be Everly Brown. Getting ready in the barn should be all of our first and second place juniors. Junior Nigerians. Last call for Addison Baker to enter the show arena. Judge, this is your class.
The sale trailer is now officially open, so if you are planning on selling in the sale with the Dairy Goat product, you have from now until 1 hour after the dairy show ends to be able to sign up at the sale trailer.
For junior Nigerian dwarfs, we need all first and second place exhibitors. These exhibitors are Abby Fields, Brianna Lang, Abby Fields, and Melody Harp. They need to be making their way outside of the arena.
All right, really nice set of Nubians to look at. We've got one to start with that's really big scaled, tall fronted, fresh appearing. You can use all kinds of adjectives on her. They just about all fit in terms of dairy character and length of body. She is most impressive when she goes away from you from behind, just super open through that rear third of her body. She's certainly big enough through that barrel. She's deep-sided, just a good kind of a Nubian doe. Doe in second, carrying a little more condition, not quite the dairy character that our first place doe has, not quite as long-bodied, not a little rounder boned, but one that certainly is long enough, just doesn't have the length of our first place doe and not quite as square out through that hip as our first place doe, but certainly a good kind of a Nubian female. We get into third, we get into a really big scaled, tall fronted doe that's just carrying a little extra condition for us today. One that I think if we peeled a little bit of weight off of her, she would maybe move up past that second place doe, but right now just not the dairy character that we like to see. Next doe out is one that gives up, all three of these give up a lot of size to our first three does, but they're all does that are showing us an adequate amount of dairy character, some flatness of bone. Maybe we'd like to make all three of them just a little bit longer from hip to shoulder, but they're all certainly nice Nubian does. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Melanie Greason. In second place is Evelyn Greason. Third place, Sky Lovaz. Fourth place, Sarah Peterson. And fifth place, Elizabeth Jeffers. Getting ready in the barn should be entering the arena at this time is Everly Brown. Outside the arena should be all first and second place exhibitors for Nigerian dwarfs. These exhibitors are Abby Fields, Brianna Lang, Abby Fields, and Melody Harp. Getting ready in the barn should be all of our first and second place Nubians. Melanie Greason, Lillian Greason, Melanie Greason, and Evelyn Greason.
A nice single entry Auber Halsey here, one that's long-sided, showing us an adequate amount of dairy character, flat in her bone. She's really square about that hip and long and clean about that neck. She looks like she's well on her way to being a pretty good kind of a dairy female. Let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations, Everly Brown. Entering the arena now is all first and second place junior Nigerian dwarfs. These exhibitors are Abby Fields, Ellie Fields, Abby Fields, and Melanie Harp. We would like to thank our judge, Jim Wilson, for being here today. He is from Blanchester, Ohio, and he has raised all breeds of goats over the past 35 years. He has been judging livestock shows around the country for 40 years. He coaches and advises numerous high school and 4-H livestock judging teams. He has been a 4-H advisor for 39 years, and he is also the owner of the Wilson Livestock Services.
Okay, let's give these young people a round of applause. This is a nice set of Nigerians, and hopefully we've set the tone here for the rest of the show and kind of what we're looking for in terms of dairy character, in terms of good structure, in terms of great feet and legs. I say it everywhere we go, and I don't think it can be said enough. We all want dairy projects that get to 8, 9, 10 years and maybe even past that. Without good feet and legs, they don't get that far. They get down on their pasterns, and if they can't walk and get on that milk stand or get to that feeder, they don't do us a whole lot of good. So we got to make sure that we're starting them right and starting them on a good set of feet and legs. Conformation-wise, this is a nice set of females. As evaluated against the dairy scorecard, they would all do very well. So I'm going to pick a grand reserve. Give them another round of applause.
For the junior division grand champion, Nigerian dwarf, is Abby Fields. Reserve is Melody Harp. Entering the arena now is all first and second of the Nubian class. That is Melanie Greason, Lillian Greason, Melanie Greason, and Evelyn Greason.
Okay, let's give all these young folks a round of applause. This is a really nice set of Nubian juniors. We've got those out here again that are showing us good Nubian dairy or Nubian breed character. Those that are showing us good dairy character. These are just a really nice set of females in terms of feet and legs, in terms of length of body, in terms of cleanness and elegance about that neck. I talk about that all the time. And if you go home and evaluate your animals yourselves, I would almost guarantee that the longer, cleaner necked animals are probably the most productive in terms of growth and their ability to mother. It just, that's the way nature has worked it out. But these are all animals that show us signs of becoming great dairy females. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll find us a grand reserve.
Congratulations, junior Nubian grand champion Melanie Greason and reserve champion Melanie Greason. Entering the arena at this time is the Oberhostleys, Everly Brown and Everly Brown. We need Abby Fields, Melody Harp, Melanie Greason, and Melanie Greason, and Paisley Watron to be making their way outside the arena.
Okay, in this drive for Grand and Reserve Junior Arbor Halsey, we've got one out here that's bigger and taller, longer sided, showing us a good bit of dairy character. She'll be our champion. Our younger doe is got a lot of potential. I think you give her another 6 months, she's going to look very similar to that doe. Today, she's just not quite as long-bodied, not quite as square about that hip, but I really like the femininity that this doe shows us. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Junior Oberhasli Grand Champion Everly Brown and Reserve Champion Everly Brown. And entering the arena at this time is all junior does Grand Champion and Reserve Champion. Those exhibitors are Alpine Paisley Watron, Nigerian Dwarf Abby Fields and Melody Harp, Nubian Melanie Greason, Oberhasli Everly Brown, and Everly Brown. We need our senior division Alpine class to make their way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Emerson Kohler, Kaylee Kohler, and Chloe Leon. We also need our La Mancha class to be also outside of the show arena at this time. Those exhibitors are Haley Aker, Everly Brown.
That's complicated. We would also like for the Nigerian Dwarf class, and these are the 2 years old, not in milk, never freshened, to be making their way or to get ready in the barns. These exhibitors are Olivia Thomas, Ava Black, Catherine Warren, Joshua Thomas, and Andrea Mossbacker. Please be getting ready in the barns.
All right, let's give all these young folks a round of applause. This is a nice set of junior doe kids to look at. And I hope you can see the direction that I'm trying to go with this. We got to have good feet and legs. They got to have good dairy character. Length of body is important to me. Correctness, structure. These does all exemplify the things that I personally look for in dairy goats. Now, I didn't raise dairy goats for very long. I think I gave it up after 4 or 5 years. But I get to see and travel around the country, and I get to see an awful lot of them. And this is an awful good set of juniors. It sets the stage for what I think is going to be an awful good set of senior does as well. Let's give them another round of applause, and I'll find us a grand in reserve.
Congratulations overall, Grand Champion Melanie Greason and Reserve Champion Abby Fields.
Our senior division, first class Alpine.
Entering the show arena at this time is going to be our senior class 1, these Alpine. These exhibitors are Emerson Kohler, Kaylee Kohler, and Chloe Leon. Outside the show arena, we would like to have the La Mancha class. These exhibitors are Haley Acker and Everly Brown. We would also like the first Nigerian dwarf class to be making their way outside the arena. These exhibitors are Olivia Thomas, Ava Black, Catherine Warren, Joshua Thomas, and Andrea Mossbacker. We'd also like the second Nigerian dwarf class to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Joshua Thomas, Olivia Thomas, Elizabeth Thomas, Joshua Thomas, Sayla Dennis, Solemn Dennis, Lauren Thomas, Samuel Dennis, Lauren Thomas, Brianna Lang, and Ian McWhorter.
Okay, as we look at these senior alpines, there's some differences and some issues here that we'll talk about. I'm starting with the doe in the back, a doe that I looked at her and said, wow, she's in milk. And the young lady said, no, it's a precocious udder. So that's an issue. I think I talked to you about how it can be fixed if you would so choose. But this is a doe that's certainly long-sided, showing us a ton of dairy character, flatness of bone, long, clean, elegant neck, long, clean, pretty head. It's not quite as upstanding as our other two does, but a doe that's certainly correct on those feet and legs and has stood the test of time. Doe in second, really like the outline of this doe, really pretty along that top line. She's a little stouter bone maybe than what we like to see, maybe a tick flatter boned and a little bit lighter in terms of that body weight. But boy, she certainly runs uphill, long, clean neck, just a nice kind of a doe. Not to take anything away from our doe in third, very similar to our doe in second, one that tucks up in that flank, not quite as pretty to the eye as the does up ahead. A little flatter boned, not quite as big and stout and round boned as our second place doe, one that just needs to be cleaned up around that neck a little bit in terms of how she blends in there, but a pretty good kind of an alpine doe. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Kaylee Kohler. Second place, Chloe Leon. And third place, Emerson Kohler. Entering the arena at this time is our La Mancha class. These exhibitors are Haley Aker, Everly Brown. Making their way outside the arena at this time is our first class of Nigerian dwarfs. These exhibitors are Olivia Thomas, Ava Black, Catherine Warren, Joshua Thomas, and Andrea Mossbacker. Getting ready in the barn is our second class of Nigerian dwarfs. These exhibitors are Olivia Thomas, Joshua Thomas, Elizabeth Thomas, Joshua Thomas, Selah Dennis, Solemn Dennis, Lauren Thomas, Samuel Dennis, Lauren Thomas, and Ian McWhorter.
Okay, in this class of La Manchas, I'm going to start with the black La Mancha down here. One that's shown us a ton of dairy character, flattener boned, long-sided, just a well-designed kind of a La Mancha female. Doe in second, little bigger sided doe, one that's carrying some more condition on her than we'd like to see at this stage. But I appreciate that body length and squareness of hip that doe is showing us today. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Haley Aker. And in second place is Everly Brown. Entering the show arena at this time is our first class of Nigerian dwarfs. These exhibitors are Olivia Thomas, Ava Black, Catherine Warren, Joshua Thomas, and Andrea Mossbacker. Making their way outside of the show arena at this time is our second class, our only Sonic class to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Chloe Leon and Aiden Gilbert.
Okay, as we look at this older class of Nigerians, we've got one to start with that's certainly long-sided, showing us adequate dairy character. Just really nice through that front third of her body. She's really open through that barrel and carries that width all the way back. She's certainly square enough in that hip. Looks like she's going to continue to mature into a pretty good kind of a female. Doe in second probably deserves a better fate. Should be if she was in a different class with some other goats, she probably walks right into that top spot. One that's not quite as long-sided, not quite as good on those rear legs, but certainly long, clean, elegant neck and flat in her bones, showing us more than enough dairy character to drop in that two-hole. Doe in third is one that's a little more refined kind of a doe. Really like the length of body and the length of neck on this doe, just not quite as open in that barrel as our two does up ahead. Doe in fourth is one that's a little shorter bodied, a little steeper rumped and a little straighter on that hock. We like to kind of push that top line down in her. We've got a really big growthy doe down here in fifth, one that's super long-sided, almost in terms of symmetry, just isn't quite as pretty to the eye. She's a little steeper in her hip, but boy, I appreciate that length of body and the flatness of bone she's shown us today. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Olivia Thomas. In second place, Catherine Warren, and in third place, Joshua Thomas. Fourth place, Ava Black, and fifth place, Andrea Mossbacker. Entering the arena at this time is our second class of Nigerian dwarfs. These exhibitors are Olivia Thomas, Joshua Thomas, Elizabeth Thomas, Joshua Thomas, Selah Dennis, Solemn Dennis, Lauren Thomas, Samuel Dennis, Lauren Thomas, and Ian McWhorter. Making their way outside the show arena needs to be our first class of Nubians. These exhibitors are Elizabeth Jeffers, Lorelei Cunningham. Our second class of Nubians also needs to be making their way out to the show arena. This exhibitor is Elizabeth Jeffers. We also need our Sonins to make their way out to the show arena. These exhibitors are Aiden Gilbert and Chloe Leon. We need our first class, our Toggenburg class, to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Hadley Apgar, Harry Hums, Chloe Leon, Winnie Hums, Haley Aker, Everly Brown, and Hadley Apgar.
We'd like to take a minute to just dedicate that this show is dedicated to Becky Fix. For those of you who knew her, she was a long-time educator and 4-H person who was a big advocate for education and 4-H. And we are sorely missing her. But we want to dedicate this show to her.
Okay, as we look at this class of Nigerians, there's a lot of differences here, and we'll kind of work through them. The doe I'm starting with is just showing us a ton of dairy character, flatness of bone, length of side, elegance of neck. She's just a really pretty in her overall design, and the young man does a nice job of exhibiting her too. Just works that top down and makes her look that much more attractive. Doe in second is a little different kind of a doe. She gives you that deeper body look, that bigger barreled look. Just doesn't quite have that length of side, doesn't quite have that great dairy character that our first place doe has. We get in third, we get one that's very similar to our second place doe, one that's probably got a better top line than our second place doe, but not quite as square about that hip. But young man, that's a real eye-appealing kind of a Nigerian doe. We get into fourth, we get one again that's super long-bodied, but not quite as clean about that neck. We just need to clean up that shoulder to neck junction and just make her cleaner and smoother. Next doe down is one that's a little shorter sided, not quite showing us as much dairy character as the does up ahead of us. We've got an awful good set of does down here that a lot of people would probably be thrilled to own, but does that might be a little shorter sided, does that might be carrying a little extra condition, but does that are certainly feminine and represent the Nigerian breed very well. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Ian McWhorter. Second place, Olivia Thomas. Third place, Joshua Thomas. Fourth place, Solomon Dennis. And fifth place, Elizabeth Thomas. Entering the ring at this time is our first Nubian class. These exhibitors are Elizabeth Jeffers and Lorelei Cunningham.
I'm going to leave these two just like they're standing. We've got a Nubian doe up here that's really taller fronted, long-sided. I like to clean her up through that shoulder a little bit, maybe make her a little better through that rump, but one that's showing us a lot of style and flatness of bone and adequate dairy character for one that's that size. We get into second, we get one that's carrying a little more condition, is a little stouter and rounder boned. I'll grant this, she's got a tick better hip on her than our first place goat, but one that's just carrying a little more condition today than that first place goat. But a couple nice Nubians to look at. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, first place, Lorelei Cunningham, and in second place, Elizabeth Jeffers. Entering the arena at this time is our second Nubian class, and this exhibitor is Elizabeth Jeffers. Making their way outside the arena should be our Toggenburg class. These exhibitors are Hadley Apgar, Harry Hums, Chloe Leon, Winnie Hums, Haley Aker, Everly Brown, and Hadley Apgar. Getting ready in the barn should be our Nigerian dwarf class 1-year-old first-time fresheners. These exhibitors are Olivia Klein, Bentley Rich, Olivia Thomas, Bryce Durflinger, Sam Maggard, and Clark Durflinger.
All right, this dry Nubian doe certainly shows us a lot of things we like in terms of a Nubian female. She's tall fronted, she's long-sided, she's flat in her bone structure, showing us a lot of length from hip to shoulder. She's certainly good on those feet and legs, just a well-designed kind of a Nubian female. Let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations, Elizabeth Jeffers. Entering the arena at this time is our sawing class. These exhibitors are Aiden Gilbert and Chloe Leon. Outside the arena at this time, we need our Toggenburg class. These exhibitors are Hadley Apgar, Harry Hums, Chloe Leon, Winnie Hums, Haley Aker, Everly Brown, and Hadley Apgar. We need our first-time freshener Nigerian dwarfs to be getting ready in the barns. These exhibitors are Olivia Klein, Bentley Rich, Olivia Thomas, Bryce Durflinger, Sam Maggard, Clark Durflinger. We'd also like these exhibitors to be getting ready in the barn because they are mostly single entries. Our first Nubian class is Sky Lovis.
Which one is it? Where's Ellie? Just find her and ask her.
Our first Nigerian dwarf class, these exhibitors are Gabriel McWhorter and Brianna Lang. Our second Nubian class is Abigail Masterson. Our Oberhausley class is Everly Brown.
Okay, in this class of Simons, I'm going to start with the doe in the back, the older doe. I think the young lady said she's 8, roughly. She certainly stood the test of time in terms of being good on those feet and legs, in terms of keeping the right condition and that dairy character. She runs uphill, just a nicely designed kind of an old girl to look at. Not to take anything away from our second place though. She might be a little longer sighted. I appreciate that flatness of bone. Not quite as square about that hip, but she's got that good youthful, fresh appearance to her. Just not quite the depth of body and openness of barrel of our first place doe. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Chloe Leon on first place. In second place, Aiden Gilbert. Entering the arena is our Toggenburg class. These exhibitors are Hadley Apgar, Harry Hums, Chloe Leon, Winnie Hums, Haley Aker, Everly Brown, and Hadley Apgar. Making their way outside the arena are our Nigerian dwarfs first-time fresheners. These exhibitors are Olivia Klein, Bentley Rich, Olivia Thomas, Bryce Durflinger, Sam Maggard, and Clark Durflinger. Getting re- We also need our Nubian. This exhibitor is Sky Lovis. We also need our Nigerian dwarfs. These exhibitors are Gabriel McWhorter and Brianna Lang. We would also like the Nubian, and this exhibitor is Abigail Masterson, and we would also like the Oberhostley, and this exhibitor is Everly Brown. To come out to the show ring. Getting ready in the barn should be our 3-year-olds to 4-year-old, but under 5 years old. These exhibitors are Abby Fields, Bentley Rich, Melody Harp, Madison Lane, Arabella Dennis, Brianna Lang, and Gabriel McWhorter.
nice group of togs to look at that have never freshened. We've got one to start with that's super flat boned, long sided, just showing us a ton of dairy character. I wish she was a little squarer about that hip, but she's really open through that barrel, just like the way she's designed. Doe in second is a doe cut from the same cloth, not quite as long sided, really open in the barrel, probably a tick longer in that hip than our first place doe, but not quite as correct through that front third. Doe in third is one that's not quite as pretty in her lines as the two up ahead of her. We'd like to flatten out that top a little bit and straighten up that shoulder some, but I appreciate the dairy character this doe has. The two big tall does up here are just two big youthful appearing kind of females that aren't showing us as much dairy character as the does up ahead of them. When we look at these two down here, we've got two does that aren't real symmetrical in terms of that of their lines, but does again that are flat boned, showing us some dairy character, just not quite as smooth as the does up ahead of them today.
Congratulations, Hadley Apgar on first place. Second place is Whitney Hums. Third place, Chloe Leon. Fourth place, Everly Brown. And fifth place, Haley Aker. Entering the arena at this time is our Nigerian dwarf class. These exhibitors are Olivia Klein, Bentley Rich, Olivia Thomas, Bryce Durflinger, Sam Maggard, and Clark Durflinger. Making their way outside the arena should be our Nubian. This exhibitor is Sky Lovis. We also need our Nigerian dwarfs. These exhibitors are Gabriel McWhorter and Brianna Lang. We would also like our Nubian, and this exhibitor is Abigail Masterson, and our Oberhausley, which this exhibitor is Everly Brown. Getting ready in the barn should be our 3-year-old to 4-year-old but under 5-year-old Nigerian dwarfs. These exhibitors are Abby Fields, Bentley Rich, Melody Harp, Madison Lane, Arabella Dennis, Brianna Lang, Gabrielle McWhorter.
Just as a reminder, you have from now until 1 hour after the Dairy Goat Show concludes to sign up for the sale if you plan on being a part of it. So if you need to sign up for the sale, I recommend doing it now. We'd like to thank Jim Wilson for being here and being our judge today. He is from Blanchester, Ohio. He has raised all breeds of goats over the past 35 years. He has been judging livestock shows around the country for 40 years. He coaches and advises numerous high school and 4-H livestock judging teams, and he has been a 4-H advisor for 39 years. And he is the owner of Wilson Livestock Services. We'd really like to thank him for being here. Please give him a round of applause.
good set of young Nigerian milkers to look at. The one we're starting with is the cleanest in our lines, shows us the most dairy character of any of this group. Just a pretty good udder on her. We'd like to maybe change that teat placement just a little, but boy, she's big and capacious when you get in behind her, and we preach about the width in the back end of these goats. That's why you want them wide, so they can carry that big, capacious udder, but she's really an attractive kind of a female. We get into second, we get one that's not quite as big through the barrel, not quite as deep in her body, not quite as big and bold in that rear udder, but boy, one that's certainly nice and will stand some other competition. We've got one in third that could well be the best udder doe in the class. Really like the teat placement on this doe. She's just not quite as big and bold through that barrel, but I like that length of neck and that flatness of bone she's showing us. We just gotta fix that rump a little bit and make her a tick better. We've got one that's showing us some dairy character here, just not quite the udder that the other ones have yet. But she's young, she's got time. We'll hopefully get her to that place. We've got two down here to look at that are both very similar. The young man's got one that's carrying a little more condition than she should be at this life stage, and one down here on the bottom that's just not as big and open in her total design to move up any higher in the class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Clark Durflinger. Second place, Bryce Durflinger. Third place, Olivia Thomas. Fourth place, Bentley Rich. And fifth place, Sam Maggard. Entering the arena at this time is the Nubian. This exhibitor is Sky Lovis.
We need for the Nigerian dwarf of 3-year-olds to 4-year-olds, but under 5 years olds, to be making their way outside the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Abby Fields, Bentley Rich, Melody Harp, Madison Lane, Arabella Dennis, Brianna Lang, and Gabriel McOrder. They need to be making their way outside the show arena at this time. We need to have Getting Ready in the Barns, our Nubian class. This is Aileen Masterson, Sky Levis, and Melanie Grayson. They need to be getting ready in the barns.
Really a nice Nubian doe to look at, one that's certainly tall-fronted and showing us a ton of dairy character. She's flat in her bone. She's certainly long-sided. We'd like to maybe even up that udder a little bit, but that's getting kind of particular. She's got great teat size to her, just a well-designed kind of a Nubian doe, one that looks like as she gets older, she's going to get nothing but better. Let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations, Sky Levis. Entering the arena at this time is Gabriel McOrder and Brianna Lang.
Okay, two really nice Nigerian milkers, and they both have a lot of good in their own right. We're going to start with the doe up here, one that's long-sided, showing us lots of dairy character. She's long and clean about that neck, flat in her bone, square in her hip, really carrying around a well-designed udder. You get in behind her, she's really open, and that medial ligament is just really nice. She's got good teat size and placement, just a really nice kind of a doe. Doe in second is one that's constructed quite a bit differently in terms of being a taller, longer-sided kind of a doe, one that's not quite as good in the hip, not quite as good in her udder quality, but one, again, is a good type of a dairy doe to look at today. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, first place Gabriel McWhorter, second place Brianna Lang. Entering the arena at this time is our one entry Nubian, Abigail Masterson.
Here's a nice kind of a young Nubian milker, one that's long-sided and tall-fronted, flat-boned, showing us really good dairy character. She's only milking out of one side of her udder, and they're not sure why. So, and that's okay. It just may affect some future decisions with her at some point. We'd sure like to square up that hip just a little bit, but we appreciate that dairy character and that femininity in this doe. Let's give her a round of applause. Okay, here's a nice Alberhalsey doe that's in milk. She's 2 years old. She's showing us really nice dairy character. You know, she's flat in that bone structure. You get in behind her, she's certainly open enough. She's big through that barrel, long and clean about that neck. Looks like she's going to continue to be a good dairy female. Let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations, Everly Brown. Entering the arena at this time is our 3-year-olds to 4-year-olds, but under 5 years old's Nigerian dwarf class. These exhibitors are Abby Fields, Bentley Rich, Melody Harp, Madison Lane, Arabella Dennis, Brianna Lang, and Gabriel McWhorter. Outside the arena at this time, we should have our next class, which is Nubians. This should be Eileen Masterson, Sky Levis, and Melanie Greason. Getting ready in the barn should be our next class of Nigerian dwarfs. These are 5 years old and older. These exhibitors are Olivia Thomas, Hannah Friend, and Madison Lane. They need to be getting ready in the barns. We would also like for our 5 years old and older of the Nubian class to be getting ready in the barns. These exhibitors are Sky Levis and Lillian Greason. And just as a reminder, because we are doing an overall for the senior goat, we need the first and second place exhibitors to make sure that they come back for an overall. Those exhibitors are for Alpine, Chloe Leon and Kaylee Kohler. For La Mancha, Haley Aker and Everly Brown. For Nigerian Dwarf, Olivia Thomas and Catherine Warren. Ian McWhorter, Olivia Thomas. Clark Durflinger, Bryce Durflinger. Gabriel McWhorter and Brianna Lang. For the Nubian class, we will need Lorelei Cunningham, Elizabeth Jeffers, Sky Levis, Abigail Masterson. For the Toggenburg class, we will need Hadley Apgar and Winnie Hums. For the Sonham class, we will need Chloe Leon and Aiden Gilbert. And for Oberhasli, we will need Everly Brown.
Okay, as we look at these Nigerian does that are starting to get a little older, we first look at feet and legs to make sure that they're staying good and stout and sound, and we've got a great set of them here that show us exactly that. The doe we're starting with is showing us some great dairy character. Really like the way that she outlines herself, just flat boned, super elegant, super feminine, just like the way she's designed. Doe in second gives up some of that dairy character, but boy, she's long-sided. You get in behind her, I love that capacious udder, the width that udder has. We'd like to level her out in that fore udder a little bit, but she's certainly a nicely designed kind of female. Doe in third, you run your hands along that shoulder. You'd sure like to smooth her out a little bit through there, but really like the flatness of bone. We just need to square her up in that hip just a little bit to get her a whole lot further. We've got one, I think she's dry down here. I really like the lines in this doe. Really, really pretty. Love to see what she looks like in milk. Smaller kind of a doe down here. Next one out. I really appreciate the dairy character this doe has. Just not enough of her. She needs to be more open through that barrel. We've got two down here on the bottom we're using. They have great dairy character. I appreciate that. They're putting milk in the bucket instead of fat on their backs, and that's why we do this. They're just not open enough through the barrel and don't carry that width far enough back to get up any higher in the class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations. First place, Abby Fields. Second place, Gabriel McWhorter. Third place, Brianna Lang. Fourth place, Madison Lane. Bentley Rich in fifth place. Entering the arena at this time is our 3 to 4-year-olds, but under 5-year-olds Nubian class. These exhibitors are Eiley Masterson, Sky Levis, and Melanie Greason. Making their way outside the arena at this time is going to be our 5 years old and older class for Nigerian dwarfs. And these have previously freshened. These exhibitors are Olivia Thomas, Hannah Friend, and Madison Lane. Also making their way outside the arena at this time should be our 5 years old and older class for Nubians, and this is Sky Levis and Lillian Greason. Just as a reminder, if you would like to sign up for the sale, you have from now until 1 hour after the Dairy Goat Show concludes to be able to sign up for this sale.
Okay, we've got 3 Nubian does out here, and they're all just a tick different. As we look at the doe we're starting the class with, again, a doe that's long-sided, a doe that has a tremendous udder, and as I say that, you get in behind her, you look at that medial ligament, it's super good. Those teats are perfectly placed, ideal size. That fore-udder is good and level. That could be the best udder we've seen so far today. But a doe that's showing us a goodly amount of dairy character. Again, I said it before, I'll probably say it again. We need to put the milk in the bucket instead of putting fat on them. And if they're putting fat on, that means they're not putting out the milk. She's obviously doing a good job of that. Doe in second, one that's carrying a little more condition for a doe in milk maybe than she should. But you certainly appreciate the long side that she has. She's very deep from top line to belly. Just a nicely designed kind of a Nubian doe. We get into third, we get one that starts to give us some problems in that top line. Not quite as square in that hip, but we appreciate the length of body and length of neck that doe's showing us today. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations in first place, Melanie Greason. Second place, Sky Levis. And third place, Ailey Masterson. Entering the arena at this time is going to be our 5 years old and older Nigerian dwarf class. These exhibitors are Olivia Thomas, Hannah Friend, and Madison Lane. Outside the arena, we should have our Nubian class. This is Sky Levis and Lillian Greason. Just as a reminder, if you'd like to sign up for the sale, you have up until 1 hour after this show concludes to sign up for the sale. If you would like to take your goats home today, you have up until that hour after the show concludes to take them home. After that, they have to stay till midnight on Saturday.
I'm going to place these three does just as they're standing. We'll start right here with the darker doe. One that's showing us good dairy character, certainly long-sided. You get in behind her, though that udder's not super capacious, it's certainly good enough. Her teat size is ideal in terms of Nigerians. We like that flatness of bone and dairy character. She's showing us she's really nice through that brisket and really open about that rib cage. We get into second, we get one that gets a little tighter made in that rib cage. I really like the openness she has as she works through the back third of her body, but we got to make sure that front matches a little bit as well. Doe in third, really like the lines on her. She just, in that rear third, we just need to stretch her out a little bit. She's awfully short in that hip, not quite as wide through the barrel as these two does up ahead of them. awfully good set. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations. First place, Olivia Thomas. Second place, Hannah Friend. And third place, Madison Lane. Entering the arena at this time is going to be our Nubian class of 5 years old and older. These exhibitors are Sky Levis and Lillian Greason. Making their way outside the show arena at this time needs to be all of our first and second place exhibitors for all senior does. These exhibitors are Chloe Leon, Kaylee Kohler, Haley Aker, Everly Brown, Olivia Thomas, Catherine Warren, Ian McWhorter, Olivia Thomas, Lorelai Cunningham, Elizabeth Jeffers, Chloe Leon, Aiden Gilbert, Hadley Apgar, Winnie Hums, Clark Durflinger, Bryce Durflinger, Sky Levis, Gabriel McWhorter, Brianna Lang, Abigail Masterson, Everly Brown, Abby Fields, Gabriel McWhorter, Melanie Greason, Sky Levis, Olivia Thomas, Hannah Friend. We are going to be starting with the Alpine class. So Chloe, Leon, and Kaylee Kohler need to be outside the show arena at this time for the Alpines. Following that will be the La Mancha, which is Haley Acor and Everly Brown.
We've got two really nice older Nubian does here. The one we're going to start with is the one that's sounder, showing us better dairy character. She's certainly long-sided, long-necked. She needs to be squared up in that hip just a little bit, but she's got a really nice udder on her for a doe that's got kids on her. She looks really nice. Doe in second's carrying a little more condition than we'd like to see her, and she's starting to get down a little bit on those her pasterns. As she gets older, that's never going to get a whole lot better. So that's something we've got to just be cognizant of in terms of her soundness, and the extra weight she's carrying might not be real good for her. But in terms of being fresh appearing and youthful looking, she has that going for her as a doe that's over 5 years old. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations. First place, Sky Levis. Second place, Lillian Greason. All right, entering the arena at this time is going to be our Alpine. These exhibitors are Chloe Leon and Kaylee Kohler. The next class that we will have is the La Mancha class. These exhibitors are Haley Aker and Everly Brown. For the La Mancha class. All right, next is going to be the Nigerian class. Those exhibitors are Olivia Thomas, Catherine Warren, Ian McOrder, Olivia Thomas, Clark Durflinger, Bryce Durflinger, Gabriel McOrder and Brianna Lang, Abby Fields and Gabriel McOrder, and Olivia Thomas and Hannah Friend.
Okay, as we evaluate these two alpines, we've got two very different kinds of does here, and both of them are very visually attractive and good in their own rights. We've got the doe we're starting with up here is one that's good and straight in her line. She's flat in her bone, showing us lots of dairy character. She's got a precocious udder, but it would be cool to see her bred to see what kind of an udder she would have. But certainly a well-designed kind of a long-necked, level-topped type of a doe. Another real eye-appealing doe here, and this older doe that's never freshened, one that's super tall-fronted. She's certainly long enough sided and really square-hipped. She just kind of rounder in that bone pattern, doesn't quite show us the dairy character that our doe in first shows us. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Chloe Leon and Kaylee Kohler. Entering next is going to be all of our Nigerian dwarf exhibitors, first and second place for the senior division. We have Olivia Thomas, Catherine Warren, Ian McOrder, Olivia Thomas, Clark Durflinger and Bryce Durflinger, Brianna Lang and Gabriel McOrder, Abby Fields and Gabriel McOrder, and Olivia Thomas and Madison Lane. Hannah Friend, sorry.
Okay, let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. You know, Nigerians are exploding. Everywhere I go, you see just tons of them. And I think I was talking to the folks running the show, and they brought up the good points about them. They're little. They don't eat nearly as much. You got to bend over to milk them, though, and that's always the downside. But again, hopefully you can see a pattern here. You can see animals that are good on their feet and legs. If they're milkers, they're solid about their udders. They're those that are good about their top lines and long and clean. Remember what I said about animals that are long. They're normally good and productive type animals. So you want these females to have long, clean, elegant necks on them. And we've put together a set that does. Let's give them one more round of applause, and I'll find us a grand reserve.
Entering the arena at this time is our Nubian division of senior does. These exhibitors are Lorelei Cunningham, Elizabeth Jeffers, Sky Levis, Abigail Masterson, Melanie Greason, Sky Levis, and Sky Levis and Lillian Greason.
Again, let's give these young folks a round of applause for bringing out a good set of Nubians. You can go to a lot of county fairs, and one, you won't find this many Nubians, and two, you won't find this many good ones. And I appreciate that. It makes my job fun as I go through them and look at them. But again, I've said it, and I'll keep saying it. We need to keep them consistent. They need to be good on their feet and legs, good top lines, good memory systems, the things that are important in the dairy goat world. And folks, I tell you what, awfully nice set of Nubians to evaluate here. I'm going to put the mic down and find us a grand and reserve. Let's give them another round of applause.
Congratulations, our grand champion senior Nubian, Melly Greason, and reserve Sky Levis. We are now going to present the overall senior goat champions. We need Alpine, which is Chloe Leon and Kaylee Kohler. La Mancha, which is Haley Aker and Everly Brown. Nigerian Dwarf is Gabriel McWhorter and Clark Durflinger. Nubian is Melanie Greason and Sky Levis. And then Oberhasli, Everly Brown. Sonnen is Chloe Leon and Aiden Gilbert.
Hello, everybody. Could I get a couple of goat exhibitors who are not showing, who would like to help us with Day in a Ring? We had a couple that didn't show up, so if I had a couple of kids who are willing to share knowledge of their goat and work with a couple of our individuals that came, please come over here and see me. I need 2 of them.
Getting ready in the barns is going to be our dam and daughter class. These exhibitors are Everly Brown, Hannah Friend, Bentley Rich, Olivia Klein, Melody Harp, Brianna Lang, Melanie Greason, Lillian Greason, Abigail Masterson, Abby Fields, Olivia Thomas, Selah and Arabella Dennis, and Joshua and Lauren Thomas.
All right, let's give all these young people another round of applause. This is, again, just as nice a group of older does as you'll see anywhere in, at least in the state of Ohio, and probably further than that. You never know when you go to a county fair what you're going to see in terms of dairy. I knew what I was getting into because I've been here before, but this is an awfully nice set of animals. We've put together a set that's sound and that's got dairy character and animals that I think are going to have long, productive dairy lives to them. I think we've got mother-daughter class last of all, but again, I want to have you guys give these young people another round of applause. Been a long show today. This is the product of the seniors. Awfully nice set to look at. I'll find us a grand and reserve.
Congratulations overall. Grand champion senior doe is Gabriel McWhorter with the Nigerian dwarf, and reserve grand champion is Melanie Greason with a Nubian. Entering the arena at this time is our Dam and Daughter class. And these exhibitors are Everly Brown, Hannah Friend, Bentley Rich, Olivia Klein, Melody Harp, Brianna Lang, Melanie Greason, Lillian Greason, Abigail Masterson, Abby Fields, Olivia Thomas, Selah and Arabella Dennis, and Joshua and Lauren Thomas. Following the Dam and Daughter class, we'd like to get a picture of all of the dairy goat exhibitors in the arena, so please stick around.
All right, let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. I tell you, this is flat awesome that you've got this many breeding pairs, if you will, or families showing at your county fair. It doesn't get any better than that. You know, I've been to fairs where you get one pair or two pairs, and I was listening to them reading names. I'm thinking, good golly, there's 30 or 40 pairs that are going to be in this. That's impressive. And young people, moms and dads, my hat's off to you. This is an awful good turnout, and they're good animals too. And I appreciate the fact that you show them to me. Since this is the last class, I'm going to leave you with just a couple things. It's family has been what I've talked about. This is, I think, my 10th, 11th fair, something like that this year. You know, folks, God blesses you with a family. Don't ever forsake them. You may not like them, but you're going to need them someday. Make sure you may not love your little brother, your little sister. Your mom and dad might make you mad sometimes. Grandma and grandpa might give you a hard time. Folks, I'm here to tell you, you're going to need them someday. We had 4 funerals in my family in the last 6 months, and I needed my family. And you will not to put a damper on today. You guys, this has been an outstanding day. Take care of your family, please. Number 2, do things that are good. There's not enough people around here that are doing good stuff. It starts with you guys. Can't stress that enough. You guys, do something nice for somebody. God blesses people that do good deeds. Might not be today, might not be tomorrow. Do good deeds. I live by one more rule, and my kids and 4-H kids and all that. I have a 4-H club with 100 kids in it, so we've got a mess. And the other rule I live by is don't set your goat's feet too far back. It looks stupid. So with that, folks, it's been my honor, my pleasure to be with you today. God bless you, and thank you for having me. It's been a wonderful show. I'll find us a grand in reserve. I guess I should have said what my criteria is for judging these. I like to see people that improve their goats. I may not necessarily pick the best pair, but I want to see some improvement between the mother and the daughter, because any fool can throw a buck in with a doe and get a kid. Can we be scientific about it? So that's my criteria.
Congratulations, grand champion Dam and Daughter is Melanie Greason, and in reserve we have Bentley Rich.